Ah, Checking audio, mic test. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Are we good? Perhaps? Question mark? I'm gonna assume yes. I'm seeing that the audio is flickering about like normal. I'm gonna make sure to double check because I don't remember if Ace Attorney was one of the ones that had the finicky audio. I don't want it to be too loud. So 1 second, chat. I'm gonna check my audio myself in just a second. It sounds just a teeny bit loud, but I'm going to rock with it for now. If anyone has anything to say about it later, please feel free to let me know. I just want to make sure that it doesn't sound too loud. It looks like it's kind of just like on the cusp. It might be a little bit too loud, but I'm not entirely certain just yet with it. So we'll rock with it, we'll play with it, and we'll see where we can go from here. So welcome in, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. We are back. Another week starts, or I guess we're coming to a close with this week, but we're closing out this week with some more Ace Attorney. And I'm very excited to be able to go ahead and participate in it. It's been such a great journey so far to be able to like play along and see where it is that this game has taken us. I am so thrilled to be able to potentially find a conclusion today. I don't know. I don't think we're at a midway point just yet because we don't even have a suspicion for what some of our remaining characters could be or who the potential like actual threat is. We keep just getting more and more characters. Last plan that we played, we got Mask Damask 2. We figured out that Larry was the Steel Samurai. We know that Old Bag is the current pink princess. Detective Bad came back. So many characters are participating in this final trial. And well, we're like on the second half part of like figuring out our two countryside problems. So I'm curious to see where this development will go and what it is that we're going to learn and what we will find out about the remaining cast of characters. Yu is allegedly still here, potentially. She is one of the alleged Yatagarasu that we are supposed to find today, alongside with what we know about Kay. She's, I think, been detained. Oh no, she hasn't been detained yet. We let Sheena let her go for now, but she's investigating on the other side of the embassy. So we will find out what the rest of the game has in store for us. What a backdrop, by the way, or a background rather. Look at that. Oh man. All right. Continuing from where we last left off. I think if I remember correctly, the last thing that we did was, yes, we were talking with Lance. Okay, so we're going to do a debate, I think, to present that Larry is not bad, or I guess that Larry is not supposed to be our alleged suspect. So I need to, I gotta get into groove right off the bat. I need to start remembering character name or character voices. So make sure that I'm completely set up. I have my drink next to me and everything, and I want to make sure I'm not too loud with this. I've looked back on some of the VODs, and I don't think I'm terribly loud, but I think that sometimes I kind of just overdo it. Or like, maybe I'm too close to the mic, or the power that I present for the character seems to be too much. But alas, we continue. We will proceed, and we will see where we end up. So, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really... Oh, wait, hold on, we're not... Oh, I thought we were fighting Lance. Are we fighting Larry? My lie? I know that there's something that you're keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it that you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you. I should hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. Is that what's Larry? And then throw everything into mass confusion. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in the case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. All right, this time I'll tell the whole truth, okay? Promise. Oh, wait, well, what happened? What didn't happen? The works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did on the roof tonight. Okay. We're starting off with Larry. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came to the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until the next appearance, I had some free time and wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa. If I remember this correctly, that was not his intention. Okay, I think I know what we need to do, but I'm still gonna press just in case if I'm wrong. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. What exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to have a reason, or you're just gonna have to reason it out of me. As your superior, I command that you hurry up and expose this man's lies. I have every intention to do so, for I am not about to let this I'm not about to let us waste time on such trifling matters. Okay. I think I know what it could be, but I just want to be sure. And then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. I want to make sure that we have all the information that we need. Anything that could be useful here. Even though I know the reason why Larry wanted to play Santa. Even if I have to prove it out of him. You left the pushcart? Could you please clarify that statement for me? Yeah, so the wheels on the pushcart got covered in dirt from the rose garden. Would have made a mess on the floor inside, so the ambassador Alba said to just leave it. Well, it would be rather impolite to dirt another country's embassy. Come to think of it, I recall seeing the pink princess on my way to the embassy. And what was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some docs on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So I came to the embassy, right? And then... Okay. Took a picture. So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabas, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, are you disrespecting another country in their own embassy? As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What's with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing, and I'll tell only lies. You're already telling nothing but lies, so let it go and move on. All right, already. You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time and wandered around. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and not take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again. I thought you were his friend. Oh, Lang is somewhere. I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lang Ji says, true friends are bosom friends. If you're in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is out to arrest you, Larry? Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened? I should hardly think that chimneys are all that rare. Agreed, especially since that they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings already have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but this kind of chimney I'm talking about is a really romantic type. A romantic chimney? It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney. You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually I dressed up as Santa once before already. I was down at Gourd Lake. Ugh, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk of being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa-quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy! That was incredibly mean! Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love? That must be the most elegant description you've given I've ever heard. Or of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie. Sweet! I just got protein. Ooh, I know someone who definitely... Ooh, okay, I might have something I'm gonna do later. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know. In any case, the person you wish to deliver the present to was... Do we have Mindy? Is Mindy here? Is it Old Bag?
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I tried going down a chimney. Ow! I advise that you stop right there on your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. That's probably the note. Oh, whoa, that's not the note.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. No way! But it's not really all that important, is it? It's always like this. You acting so high and mighty, and then you bully me. That's why I refuse to look at it. Be quiet and just have a look. Well, if you say so, Franzi, but only because you say so. Some people never change, even if their attitudes do change at the whim of women. So what's up with that anyway? Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course. Oh, is that it? Oh, is that all? Well, I don't need to go right now, so I'll just give it back to you. What? I got you on the ropes now, don't I? Was that piece of evidence unrelated to the... Wait, really? Really? I need to think through this one more time. Larry didn't know one important fact when he tried to sneak into old Pat's room. And that fact is best summed up with this. What? It wasn't the note? Oh, probably the stand-in request. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with the actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiot, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much be made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Oh? Hey, Edgy, looks like I've gotten the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in the court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here. It looks just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here has something he'd like to say. Lang Shi says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything's out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in Battle of Wits. Larry, have you forgotten that... Wait, Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Again? Ooh, the double Larry. So you think that all I wanted to do was visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney. Was he Santa? I could have swore he took off his, his Steel Samurai, costume. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what that really means. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Huh? Larry? Hey, somebody say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim, claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker. But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of a flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man, and as long as Edgy Poo's still alive, I can't drop him until I'm invisible, because I can't earlier, and that's a tiny witty bit, but a wolfman, love for Madeira, Edgy Poo, but that completely true, my Edgy Poo. I'm so inspired! You are such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Is that not the letter? Why did he put it? Oh, it was supposed to be an I. He tried writing it in like half cursive for some reason. It looks like, oh my god, it looks like an accent. It's supposed to be the dot of an I, but Larry can't write. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry, but I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. That's gotta be the note, okay. Okay. You think all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up on the chimney. This also seems weird. I thought he dressed up as I thought he was still in the Steel Samurai costume. Then to top it all off, because I became a suspect in a murder, that's what you really mean. But why would I ever put myself into so much humiliation on purpose?
Hold it!
For the sake of... Well, I have been saying this for a while now. After all, if not for that, then for what other reason did you wish to go down that chimney? You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy. What the? Heh. Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect. I have the evidence, and if you wish to see it that badly, I can introduce you to. But it's not good to keep them waiting, my subordinate. Hurry up and show them already. Lies, all lies, Edgy. Well, if you wish to lie, then by all means, continue. Because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice. You won't get the better of me. Now let's see. Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney. Oh shit.
Hold it!
Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick? Yeah, you bet. It was so thick I had tears pouring out of my eyes. It was a mess. I see. You do realize that you've just confirmed for us your chimney escapade? What? That's totally unfair. You tricked me, Edgy. Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique. Well, what I just said was a slip of the... No, I mean, I just said the wrong thing. Besides, isn't that what you really meant to say about... Isn't this what you really meant to say about me, what I did? I'm not quite sure how you could mistake that actress for this lady. Oh, Edgy Poo, are you staring at me? Are you finally succumbing to my feminine charms? I should think the Steel Samurai is the one who should know all about your charms. What? Me? Edgy? What are you trying to do to me? Nothing, simply saying that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife. Oh, is my poor little Edgy Poo jealous? Ah, if you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant. But Edgy, I told you I already have Mindy. Speaking of Mindy, exactly what kind of a woman would you say she is? Edgy, are you seriously telling me that you don't know who the Mindy is? She's just like what her name means. She's super sweet and with a great smile. I don't mean to brag, but she's one of the troupe's fastest rising stars. Interesting. Ha, so you're saying a woman like that is what made you late to the speech? Huh? Curse you! Curse you too! Why is everyone out to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I can say is this. I was late to the speech. I suppose you might be correct in a small way. What do you mean by that? Besides being a suspect in a murder, there are a few other things that you are a suspect of. Oh, not you too, Ramsey. You tried to stalk me. Oh, what the hell? She has an animation? But I wouldn't let you intimidate me with that. Look, I already told you, Miss Oldbag. I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, can I just arrest this guy already? I completely understand how you feel, Agent Lang. Wait, please listen to what I have to say. If you have a serious assertion to make, then I'd consider listening. However, no problem. I'm just gonna put all I've got into this, so listen good, okay?
Hold it!
This one has to be it. Larry, this is the final point you wish to make. You got it. I've called on all the energy I have and told you this with all my soul. In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it. Huh? Yes, we shall stamp it under our feet until it's been ground into a fine powder. A fine powder? Oh damn, what the fuck, even with the mask on? Eek. If you really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what's coming, right? In place of Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you. Larry, come out from behind there and face this like a man. You're scaring my liege. This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging me to show why he bothered to put himself through all of this. Yeah, that's probably it. Why would I embarrass Why would I embarrass myself? I think I could name a really good reason. Or at least a reason that Larry would fucking go for it. Now it has to be this. Yep. So sorry, Larry. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? I have no idea what you're talking about! I don't remember a thing! You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you are not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy?
Take that!
The name? Larry, I suggest that you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me! It's so embarrassing! There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will now have to wait until we're off the crime scene. Eek! Edgy, save me from the scary man! Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me! Come again? It's a fake! Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me up! Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean. Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, we have to do this. All we have to do is compare your handwriting to the letter of the sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life! Tisk, tisk, tisk. There's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your— Oh, good call, Edgeworth. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. This autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. No. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So, he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in the stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go to Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. Your man jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it to the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, would you be shameful? Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. God, Edgeworth, what the fuck? However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least I can attest to that about you. Edgy, you're... Ah! We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow! Well, we're getting a little sentimental. In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butt sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet. What? What's still holding him back? So don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Oh, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of a suspect, after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that, this will refuse to eat on his bite. Eek! Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon, but the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. And this will be a high-stakes gamble, but this is one game I can't afford to lose. Shit. Okay. I was the one who found the body of the victim Damask 2. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red, and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner and the suspect Larry Butts in here too. Oh, what the fuck? That's it? Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that. Okay. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say that you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can't believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy Poo? Right, Edgy? Sorry, you're not old bag. Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being, meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. There was so little to work off of that, though. He said like three things. Oh, 4, my bad. Okay, Damask 2, Steel Samurai, glittering red. Supposed to be the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. So, from the top, let's see what we can learn. So, you were the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? Better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babel. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. Ooh. Ha! So you're going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoveries of bodies. But in the Babelese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Hold it!
Okay. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up a scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with this sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important just to let it slip by. Huh? Wait, what? What? Oh, okay. It put up a new one. Okay, hold on.
Hold it!
About this samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of this wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well, I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. It's this one? I don't know what evidence it is yet. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Now let's continue. I'll go through the whole thing first, but it seems like that middle one is what it's going to be and what we need to go ahead and present for. Lenny's already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here, so I left it behind by accident. So what? You lied earlier, so who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie? But I forgot stuff all the time, right, Edgy? Tell him. Why don't you tell him yourself? Did you see? What did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse. Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth. And yet you offer it up as fact? You're a worse person than I originally thought. You're free to think what you'd like. However, I know that Larry's not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw and it's soon enough. Okay. Take a drink real quick. Just because he's the owner of the weapon, therefore he must be the killer, is it? No. Climbing all the way up the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well. Regarding that, I've already drawn out the truth, and the truth is one thing I don't bend. It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever, you prosecutors are all the same. And for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in. Damn. An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors? What are you playing at? Sorry, sis. But there are only two things I trust: my subordinates and evidence at a crime scene. Agent Lang hates prosecutors, but as long as he trusts evidence and that has been left at the crime scene, then there is something I can show him that he can believe in. It's simply not possible that the samurai sword is the real murder weapon. So I should focus on proving that point to Agent Lang first. So, do we have another murder weapon? The victim beat him to death with that thing. Is it the autopsy? What can we gather from this? A blade, alabaster. Who carried it across the lines? Couldn't have been the key. Cordopian paper. A knife handle. The ink, the counterfeit money, another statue, flowers, alabaster. Okay, no, this doesn't say anything of importance. It's thought to be what killed Damask 2. Larry hit it against the wall and bent. It's hollow. The samurai dogs. Could it be... The place is definitely Alabastian. It does fit what happened to Cochin. I don't think they could have beat them with a knife. And it wasn't the key. And this, we just need to find where the missing blade for this is. So I need to present... Is it this? Weapon that's used on stage. Larry hit it against the wall and bent it. It's hollow. They're both weapons that are used on stage. They're the only two weapons I think that we have that could be usable, potentially. Or at least they're the only two things that are similar somewhat in nature. That I can deduce, at least for now. Actually, yeah, they are the only two weapons that I think I have. If I'm to present at least another weapon, I think it's probably the only one that I can provide. For now. I've got plenty of health right now. I've only messed up once so far, so let's see. This seems to be right. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? Heh, it's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapons of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real murder weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in the embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver damage. Oh, that's true! Oh my god, okay, wait, that's... Oh, okay, yeah. It's hollow. But this is... Okay, is this supposed to be then an actual sword that's made as a replica of the samurai... the samurai sword? Let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. Wait! Oh my god! I just now noticed there's a sword in the background! And yet there is not even a dent in the samurai's sword. How can you explain that? Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easy. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him? Why did they update it for that? Huge! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back to the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking a risk in a place of real logic is hardly the von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of the 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best that if it remains unbroken. No one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important than that in the world. A perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damas II without bending it. But they're very fragile, these. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence that he can't refute. That's it. It's time to bring this to a close. This should be the last one, though. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We search the embassy, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is the only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that the suspicion would fall into the owner of said weapon? Okay, there wasn't a lot for me to work off of, so I'm gonna have to press again, aren't I? How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned, and we have managed to come up with the only logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood is on the sword. You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear to you. Okay, we've got a lot to go ahead and examine here. Okay, so let me go through everything. Under these circumstances, it's only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. It's only natural the suspicion will fall onto the owner of said weapon. From the top. May I inquire as to how you were able to make such a claim, Agent Lang? Lang Ji says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man. Rather than man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing, even with a toy-like sword. It's easy to kill a man if you just hit the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
But we can only be so sure one thing, or we can only be sure one way or another by seeing if the wound matches the sword. I know that, but as long as it's a possibility, I could proclaim it as much as I'd like.
Hold it!
Okay, hang on. But you must know that your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstances I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And you call yourself a professional? Damn, okay, we're throwing poop at each other. You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. The only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible weapon? In this room? There's only one other thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now. You're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon. Something else, huh?
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword? That's right, even with luminol, which means that there's no other possibility outside of what I've already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion of the samurai sword as the weapon? Sure. If you believe that there's no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. Ooh. Huh. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you that what may possibly be the real murder weapon. We have that? Ha! The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course, because it's not possible for your men to have expected everything in their investigation. What? Not possible? Everything? What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigation dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something that your men couldn't even lay a finger on. The statue? The statue is the murder weapon? Only ambassador and secretariat can touch. I know it was moved, but the murder weapon? There's not even blood on the sword. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Damas too. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which is not a single person has yet to touch, is this. The statue? How?
Take that!
The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the primitive statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? Ha! You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight relating to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it.
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue facing just before and after the crime are very different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Ooh, he didn't like that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to that infidel's words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Grrr, Lang Ji says. Just go already. Yes, sir. Damn. Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the primitive statue. Huh, I see. Wait, but the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. Without permission? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it.
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone should take responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're gonna talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, less talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like you to run a luminal chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminal test? Yeah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Heh, looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real murder weapon that killed Damask too. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damask too, so the charge remains. We're hardly done examining this statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real murder weapon, I believe further examination is required. Heh, you think so? Okay then, knock yourself out. What am I... Aha! Okay, I knew it! And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. That's a definitive piece of evidence. That's a definite bit of evidence like you're doing under the... What's a definitive piece of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze. In the worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensics guy! I want results on these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? Ooh? Agent Lang, I have an analysis of the results, sir. Good. And? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue? Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Babalese embassy? The prints belong to him, to Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... Cochin? What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each primitive statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babel's primitive statue. Impossible! It can't be! Larry never once set foot on the Babalese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed at with an alabastrian knife at Babel. And Damas too was killed on Alabastian soil with Babel's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture. The big picture they were to form. Oh my god, to be continued! What is happening? There's just more and more questions going by. Okay, well, at least we're done investigating, I guess, for now. Or at least up until this point. I've left the Damas 2 investigation to Francisca and return to Babel. I suppose my first order of business should be to go look into Babel's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, Kay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then, would you care to give me an update on your investigation? We've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastian embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Oh. All the old bag stuff? They belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask. The pink princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the pink badger yesterday. Ugh! Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Oh, okay. We lost all the old bag stuff. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that steel samurai was a fake. Oh, no! Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay. Oh. No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. Holy crap. Is this gonna be the stepladder joke? A ladder. They really did do the stepladder again. Actually, that's a stepladder. They're the exact same thing. No way, from their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is a rope ladder. A stepladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Damn, they really do just throw this everywhere, huh? Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here or any other treasure for that matter. Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, that was a pretty good play on the words there. Yeah, Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our COD dialogues like that. Were you eavesdropping on us, detective? No, it's not like that, sir. Oh, shit. Okay, the cone? How come so many traffic cones are red and white? That's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Oh, is that why? So then the reason you wear your red wine suit is for visibility's sake? Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show. I should think I would know. I suppose I would. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show her face to the world. What the fuck? I'm trying to go. Okay, Jesus. Palladino. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. What the fuck was Palladino's voice? I forgot already. So you're back now. Are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are? Discount tickets for our cafeteria. They're open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. Okay, so we've got some conversation to be had. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract a bit of extra attention to Babel. I heard that tonight over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started. Exactly. Damn, okay. Ambassador Palladino, I'd like to ask you a little bit more about that primitive statue. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabas and Babel used to be one country called Cadopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the primitive statue belonged to the founders of Cadopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed onto the king of Cadopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and this right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabast and Babel were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The primitive statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Palladino knows about what has happened to the very important key of diplomacy. Perhaps I shouldn't try showing him this key and see what he has to... Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Palladino, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babel, yes? Thank you, but just one thing is all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll let you know what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, he was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Cochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really, really busy. Since I became the Babelese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, that tonight's events proceeded without a hitch. Our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Well, there is something quite interesting that I think needs to be... Ambassador Palladino, if you could please take a look at this for me. The primitive statue sitting in Alabast right now actually belongs to Babel. So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babel's primitive statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession... Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself, and it is definitely Alabast's statue. I know because it's the real statue. What? Then you're saying that Babel's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babel, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Albo at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Damn, okay. They're having a real time in cleaning up after that. I suppose we should stay out here and investigate the stage some more. There's a stage? There's a sign here warning passerbys to take precautions around the renovation site. They're really going all out, huh? There's construction going on everywhere. I believe Ambassador Palladino said it was to attract more tourists and visitors. But what can we do? What can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth? How about transforming it into a courthouse? Hey, be serious. I was being serious. Wait, what? There was another... Huh? Oh, wait, what? What is it? Oh. Can I talk to Kay? This bush looks like the perfect place to hide some sort of treasure, you know? Ah, but there is no treasure inside those things. Ah, too bad. But we do have a lot of treasure back at Babel. Sounds great. I'll be sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5-finger discount. Sure, sure. You're welcome anytime. Are you sure you really want to invite a thief into your country with open arms? Okay. Just looking at the scaffolds make me want to climb them. I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here not too long ago. Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, so it should be alright. Thief Child says, if there is a height that can be scaled, then scale it you must. Starting from Thief Child, would you care to explain what you just said? Oh shit, okay, so if I walk too far away... Nothing here... Oh shit, okay. God damn it! Mr. Edgeworth! You look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't have much else that I'm enjoying at the good, as a good old investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Well, I take it he's found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Palladino. Oh? And what is this something interesting? This, sir. The fuck is that? Wow, it's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, detective? So apparently if you burn the special white crystal oil that they make only in Babel, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. White crystal oil. I think we might have a potential use for this in the future then. And potentially on how to find these counterfeit bills. Why do we still have the samurai dog? Okay, so we've managed to keep it down to 2 things at least. I suppose this is a ploy to force people into visit Babel should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern, so it project the images. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Hmm? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. Hey, you got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the 2 of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Silhouette lantern. It's got butterflies on it, like the symbol of Babel. Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country? That's the gist of it. Babel is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the 2 countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I'm sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was in the Rose Garden on the Elevastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go... Take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is this? What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything that could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Maybe it's not a pig. It's very strange. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edward, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind at that I found 7 years ago. I thought one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it all safe all this time. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Callisto U. What is it called? Argel? So now we can move on. Where's the Rose Garden? I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabas now. I know. I'll go back to Babel and do some more investigating there. Alright, new area. We've got a new area. Okay, so this was the Rose Garden. The fabled Rose Garden. Anything sussy that I can spot out? I see you're back, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah, okay, no, it's it's Francisca. How is things doing in Babel? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where the witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in the Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of a mysterious thief appeared and just suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire at the Babylonis embassy, and that the Yatagarasu started. I'm not sure if I've had an epiphany. It doesn't quite fit the same way that I think it does, unless it's supposed to be some sort of a... Is it possible that this... No, I don't think the pick is, like, projecting a shadow. Could it be... Maybe, I don't know. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Okay, so we've got a lot of new investigation. Ooh, there's a lot to look at here. Okay, looks like a lot of shit has fallen over. Okay. Can't go up here. Okay, so we'll start from bottom right and we'll make our way up. Is it possible that the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not. Those are rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girls are rubbing off on you. But it's alright. I'll wake you out of your stupor. Now, the next time you feel like sleep-talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All I try to do is offer a possibility, and this is what I get? Okay, so this is something else worth considering. There's an overture spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I sought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu, however there were people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Oh, whoops. I wasn't talking about the bushes, I was trying to talk about the statue. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says it's the statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primidox. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made it leap to that. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics, the pool's water is also used for putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level, which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Larry? No! How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy! Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that! Do you really think that I'm just the type to jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Alright then. Did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son... Oh, okay, I thought Larry actually had a kid. No, he's talking about the Steel Samurai's kid. Dude, holy crap. I was like, hang on a minute. Larry, why do you have a kid? Okay, I get it. Your son? I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was right around here when I last saw him! You imbecile! How could you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first time I've heard of a son. The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. Is it pink princess?
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe that he's looking for the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because it's the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. Or I'm the Steel Samurai, and the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase an outstanding fool. Larry, we had not seen nor hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he's going to get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murder, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Okay, so there's potentially an Iron Infant around here. This statue bears a resemblance to the Primitix statue. The plaque says King Primitix of the battlefield. Hey, Shisui! Welcome in! How are you? How am I doing? I'm doing quite well myself. How goes it to you? How goes it for yourself? I hope that you are having a wonderful day. It's been a little while since we last chatted, Shisui. I hope that things have been going well for you. In order to save the queen, King Primitix put his life on the line and went to war. So Primitix was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that the real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. Can I talk to it again? These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You are too nice, Maldejuas. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses are only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. Oh, they lose their beauty when they are mixed up together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. Everything's been fine, I'm glad to hear. Have you been up to anything new in particular? Reading anything new or catching up with anything that you're currently interested in? Been into any conventions? I'm all ears. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Of all the people to comment on proper balance of things. So I think I accidentally got around to talking about the roses. So these also seem to count towards something. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. Okay, so this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool? That's such poor planning. If there was no place other than a spot or two by the pool, they really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set in the court. Indeed. If you can sense the consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker of this audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. I've got nothing. I guess Lang's gonna give me something here. Been working on my side story for my Boruto OC character for myself. Ooh, do tell. What are you cooking up? What are you thinking to go ahead and do? Is this are you writing like a plot line in a story, or is it just an OC character that you're gonna insert into certain instances of the current Boruto storyline? Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found nothing. 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang? Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. Heh, as if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Ooh, okay, hold on. We got some things to chat it up here. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw that thief all right, with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. The next second the spotlight went out, and by the time that we got the area lit again, the death thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is certain, the Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
Oh, okay, hold on. Francesca's got a thing to say. If all you saw was the shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape, not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow? That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The sudden appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expect no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on this subject. We barely got anything. What really caused the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Same shape? The only thing here that I think that could probably produce a shape of some kind would be the statues, no? What could it be? Something here, it's gotta be the statues, right? Or at least one would think? The fountain pool. The statues. They're the only things here. I don't think it could be the leaves.
Take that!
The statue? The sudden appearing and disappearing of the shadow of the Yatagarasu. It's not possible that it was created by this statue.
Objection!
I'll take that as a no. Okay. Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're correct. However, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. It is? Oh, I thought I was wrong. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part of the... What? There's 2 things? What? Could it be like a weird angle? The leaves and the statue are... That's the only thing I could think of, at least in this general area, to produce a shadow. I was thinking that it could have been maybe the pick or the lantern produced a like a shadow of some kind that could be replicated up here once the lights went up, but... What? How about... like the leaf?
Take that!
Francesca, if you could take a look at this, don't you find it to be a bit Okay. Okay. No, that is not the case. Ow! The Yatagarasu statue. There really is only one thing that can explain how it was cast, and it must be this. What is it? It makes me look around. Is it something over here? The lights? No, it produced the shadow. What could it be? What could it be? Not the leaf. It's not the... What could it be? Could it have been cast at a weird angle where both statues... okay, hold on. Here's my second thought. Could it be possible that both statues produced... at the same time when the lights went on, produced a shadow that could look like the Yatagarasu? It's another statue? The Yatagarasu shadow is made from the shadow of these two statues. Okay, I was right. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up the spotlights to cast a shadow of King Primidix in the battlefield... Ah, okay, I see. Okay, you were right, Edgeworth. Okay. Likewise, if we set up a light on the queen who spoke to love of King Primidix, her silhouette would also appear to be a backdrop of the stage. Ah, so if we were to combine the two shadows... Oh, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu statue shadow. It's close, though. It kind of feels like... Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? What is that? Yes, and the only... And that... What? And that... One part alone is enough to fill the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. Part of the queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu. The only thing I can imagine is... the arm? Fuck, I want to see the shadow again. And I don't have anything to work off of for that. Could it be the arm? I've got to pick apart, dude. Shit. Okay, I need to remember. I'm trying to remember what the statue looked like. We need to get like the furls. Oh, the furls, or like the feathers. Think back to what I'm missing. To what is missing on our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of this queen's left hand. Francesca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the queen's left hand? All right, let's give it a try and see what we get. Ah, why are they sharp though? Or why do they look like that? That doesn't seem correct. Is it because of the leaf? It's... Huh. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. How did they know, though, that would have made the Yatagarasu shadow? That had to have been so preemptively planned. And then pulled the plug after the people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. This is so planned out. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabasta tonight. The only country that they visited was Babel, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabasta. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume that it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of the accomplice. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, that wasn't terrible. I felt like that could have been way worse, but we managed to get by. How's the investigation going? Who's saying this? Oh, it's Bad. Okay. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling ya, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. Oh, he's talking about Lotta. Lotta was here earlier. Oh, okay, yeah, I should have picked it up by the way that she spoke. Oh my god. Okay. This is the photo I got from her. What? The fuck is that? What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying in the air? The times, they're changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. Is there anything I can gather from this picture? That's barbed wire, like bushes. I can't see. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can see in the windows at all. What is this? Did nobody see this? Only Lotta? When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see from the embassy. I see. So this was taken after the fire. Hey, welcome in, Crust. My OC name, her name is Shizuoka. She's part of the Hyuga clan. Oh, so she's got the, is she also a user of the, oh shoot. I think I'm very bad with my Naruto lore, so please forgive me, but the Hyuga were the users of the Byakugan, correct? Are they also a Byakugan user, or is there a little bit more to it that you're looking to add to your character? Shisui. Bad would have lost it in during Turnabout Big Top. Absolutely, dude. This guy would have. Oh my god, he takes things so. The way that he does his investigations, it's so cool. He's such a great character, but man, like the silliness, I feel like would just fucking throw him over the edge. Taken during the fire. At the moment of the border during the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Babylese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabasta. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Damn. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Hey, speaking of Big Top, that's such a cool throwback. I love that. You're correct, yes, and yes, they are a user. Ah, okay, all right. I know I'm not like so keen on my Naruto like lore and knowledge, but I've got a little bit. I can remember bits and pieces. Actually, I've come across a case like that as well, too. Actually, maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babyliss embassy, so I would start from there. Francesca, I need to return to the Babel investigation for a bit. All right. Okay. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. All right, I'm counting on you. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, you were waiting for me? Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. We are going all over this fucking embassy. Alright. Back in we go. So what are we still looking to gather from this area? We need to figure out how the alleged Yatagarasu flew from this side to Alabast. To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palladino, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, all right? Mr. Palladino? Actually, there is one thing that you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there's a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Palladino. You're a total gentleman. Ha 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 ha! You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Palladino. Those two sure got chummy quite awfully quick. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person that you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing was Mr. Cochin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think that people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. So, the window, I think, is a good place to start. I couldn't go back here before. Hello? There we go. You can see the Alabastian embassy through the window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where that's where Damask 2 was killed. What? You don't mean the Damask 2? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I just can't turn a blind eye to this. Even though Damask 2 is merely an imposter of the original. It's so nice to hear about... It's so nice to hear about old characters, dude. Okay. It appears like this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, so we've got what exactly all here? Cochin, this, his chair. I think we should start with this, potentially. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Apple sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would they net you? The 5-finger kind. What else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer, Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right now. Okay, so not exactly... Manny Kochin. His name is written here in the nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walk into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe that they're also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. I see the ink. Wait. This shit is so fucked up, but the ink is okay. I just now realized that. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go through everything else first. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh. I see. Ah! The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, Cruel Fate? Why? Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. So I guess the embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Babbles would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it'd look like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadopia. There's really no point in me asking about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you like, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. There's a bottle of Babbly's ink on Mr. Kochin's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get to the bottle and burn it up to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Palladino, it looks like your precious Babbly's ink is all right after all. What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on the statement for me, please? Ooh, okay, wait, hold on. Okay, I think we'll get back to that in a second. The last thing I think I can look after... Oh no, there's an open thing here, and then the chair. It would appear that the desk is also fell victim to the fire. There's only like 2 damage. Ooh, I think we can rifle through the drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. What do we have here? It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. This looks very interesting. This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. Oh, you don't say! Suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. Eureka! The shape of this notepad matches the shape of the note that we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Oh yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palladino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case... Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II. Damask II? Then this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Kochin for Damask to steal the Primitive statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabast's Primitive statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Kochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gauchi later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested this theft of a statue? There's only one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be a great help, Ambassador. Okay, there's one more thing here. I already checked the area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. Okay, and that would leave us with this. Looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it does look like it's broken, so don't you try sitting on it. No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're touching all sorts of things at the crime scene. That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything. Okay, so that should clear up all of that. A fireplace, huh? So Babble's offices have them too. 2? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. Although we found something that they'd rather not recall ever again. Still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. So I think that's about everything that we can go ahead and go over that we haven't already. And a lot of the other stuff. Is there anything that I can go ahead and try to draw a conclusion out of? Connected fireplaces. No. Still no. Okay, so let's see if we can grab some information. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask you about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Ooh, which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babyliss Embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jam and Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jam and Ninja show. There was 2? Before and after? Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jam and Ninja show was the second one of the night. Oh, that was Edgeworth. Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bab make references to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floors were put out. Oh, I didn't even catch on to that. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. Okay, so now we've got a little bit more information on that. So then what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fires on the floors above that caused it. That's, how should I put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Palladino. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it that you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day this morning until now. First, I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about it if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. All right, I can do that for you. Okay. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Gem and Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Hold on, I'm gonna take a drink. Okay. Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Babyliss Embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Okay, new information. Which is why both the primitive statue and the Babyliss knife were set down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. Ha ha ha! I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babyliss ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see? And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. Spilled Babyliss ink onto the back wall while burning files in the fireplace, left ashes there. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Okay. Now then, if you could tell me about what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there from the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So then we were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in a photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Palladino, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, all right? Okay. There's a bit here that we can go ahead and work off of still. Shizuoka, she was born during the time when Kakashi was the Hokage during the blank period. Shizuoka's parent, her mother, was a Hyuga. However, she passed away when giving birth to her, and her father is unknown. Almost being an orphan, Shizuoka's stepmother, Hanabi, sister of Hinata... Oh, Hanabi! Hinata's sister decided to take Shizuoka and raise her as her daughter. Oh, okay, yeah. I know a little bit about the current Naruto family, and so I recognize Hanabi. That's quite the interesting plotline you've got set for yourself, Shisui. Is this a solo project, or do you have other people that you work on this with? I wonder if you might tell me about what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought it was right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by a roaring... Oh, green flame. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green? What was the cause? Well, wit crystal oil burns green when it's lit, so you can see the lantern. You can see by this lantern. And Babali's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out that there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? I believe that you said that you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin had to mask too. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, they got cancelled, didn't it? Hahaha, I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babel's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know about how Babel's primitive statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have done something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today as this would impact our country's authority. It was solo? Ah, so you thought this all up on your own. Quite the creative mindset you have there, Shisui. Trying to connect it as what it is that you have set up and trying to connect it to the actual story. I dig it. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure that you're the ambassador of a reunited Kadopia. At the time, I thought he was trying to cheer me up. But when I saw the note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all this to ensure that you are the next Kadopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have an answer to that yet, to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect that he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, you've collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, okay? Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the Embassy of Interpol and People. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day.
Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, alright?
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, okay? However, I can say that if it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing that you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean Little Thief. You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered in the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You've got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
Ooh, what?
It seems that there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed.
It's possible that we might find the... Okay, yeah, there's a couple of things missing here that I'm noticing.
We might find an escape route that the person K used as well.
Ooh, what is this? Is this some sort of light show I was not told about?
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Really? That is certainly one interesting device that you have there, Miss Faraday.
Ahem. I believe it's about time that we return to our investigation.
Okay, so there's quite a lot to go ahead and investigate here.
It looks like one of the Babbly's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away, the remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babble's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babble, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babble's woes.
This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire.
According to the staff member, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming.
Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot at every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanism or something?
Ambassador Palladino, may we take a look inside that clock?
Sure, go right on ahead.
Detective Gumshoe, if you would please inspect the insides of this clock.
Yes, sir. I'm on it.
Okay, hold on. While Hanabi was raising Shizuoka was a happy and lovable child. However, when she got older, she started to develop self-esteem and anxiety. She wanted to find out who her real parents were. Shizuoka tried to ask Hanabi, would always hug Shizuoka and say maybe next time. And so I guess there is some information that I guess it's just trying to pin towards her mother, but most importantly, the father with no current history, or at least maybe very little with the people around him, is where the main draw will be for our MC, OC. Interesting development you've got going on here, Shisui.
It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming.
But what was the long length of wire doing inside a clock in the first place? It was found wound up inside of Babble's grandfather clock.
Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Palladino who put the wire in there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Kojin's killer who did. Okay, so that's one thing. These must have been the launching flames Ambassador Palladino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time that you came into the room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire died out or something at that time. And the fire in here only burned from the time that the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir and babble, I suppose. I guess Mr. Palladino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person that you were chasing, of course. I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Kojin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did this person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it was, that person burned it. The person burned it made a rather sizable flame. And since the fire's green, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that what you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames?
Take that!
The source of the green of the flames is related to this. Oh, really? Well, I don't think that they're related at all. Oh, what? Is it not the ink? Wait, what? I need to think about this a bit more carefully. If I stay calm, the answer should come to me. This green flame, it's the same as the other flame. Oh, I have to... I have to prove where it comes from, not what exactly it is. This silhouette lantern, its green flame comes from the wit crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by the wit crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from wit crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Palino was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Hold on, 1 second, chat. Fine, I suppose I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. Okay. Now I show it off.
Take that!
Babyliss ink is made from wit crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babyliss ink. Okay, hold on. I've got some yapping that I'm participating in. Because we found the ink in Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in mass quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all the ink? I believe that what he made with that ink is the answer to what gives birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I've finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babyliss ink, this is the source of the green flames.
Take that!
What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zheng-Fa. You're kidding! Shizuoka one day was walking through the Leaf Village and was very sad and annoyed. Shizuoka confronted Hanabi more times about asking who were her real parents. Hanabi was about to hug her, but Shizuoka slapped the hug and started to yell and told Hanabi to tell her the truth, trying to explain that she wasn't ready to hear or understand. But Shizuoka showed a photo of a woman, which was Shizuoka's real mom. How far have you gotten into this, Shizuoka? How far have you gotten into this, Shisui? What is your current plot line? Is it up to a climax, or is it still in the works, still working out the roots for the story? It sounds like you've got it pretty planned out so far, and it looks like you're working towards figuring out where you want your conclusion to be. You're kidding. You're saying that if it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe that you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babel's printing press. Ambassador Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think that he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've caused a little bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime, for they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Okay, so now we know a little bit about that. It's the charred remains of the fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But there's nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin for babies round and round like a record. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let's try the statue. So by this time, the primitive statue had already been swapped. Oh, by this time, the primitive statue had already been swapped, right? They must have been. They must have been, as this one is covered in soot. What lousy timing. And just as the two countries were about to become friends again. It would have been better if they had stolen it than for it to have been caught on fire. Okay, I think I understand your sentiment. However, if you were to engage in theft, I can look the other way, right? If you could please stop stealing my lines. Okay. Okay, we got a couple of things here. So Babble's really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jam Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. Okay. So it looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all broken, so why don't you try sitting on it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching... Oh, okay. Okay, we've already said this, but now it's on the overworld. A fireplace, huh? So Babble's office is having... Oh, okay. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. And get soot. No, thank you. Okay. We're not getting anything new from this? There's a 5th floor, that's where the Mastu. Okay, so we're getting all this dialogue again, but now over here. Okay, so nothing new here. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold on to wonderful promises with treasures inside. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. Okay, what else could we... Why can I constantly look at this? It's not like I can present anything off of it. Looks like all these souvenirs suffered from damage from fire. Hanabi calmed down and explained to Shizuoka that her mother loved her so much. However, she died when giving birth to you while she was pregnant with you. Your father didn't want anything to do with the family, especially since he found out you were a female. As a result, the father left and her mother was the only one who was giving birth. She passed away. That's while she was holding Shizuoka in her arms. Oh, man. Okay, well, that's pretty depressing. But we don't know anything about her father's origin or anything of the sort. But he was interested in bearing a child that was at least a son, not a daughter. Allegedly. We don't know the intentions yet, it would seem. Okay. I don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace on the name of the Yatagarasu. The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot the bookshelf. You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy from virtually anywhere. You can't buy them anywhere. Each one of them is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are even more valuable of all. But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. Okay. So we've spoken with Palladino. The national symbol of Babel is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it. It's just mere the butterfly gained an antenna since the last time we saw it. Even if it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? Okay, so I think I need to start making deductions. I don't think these two have anything to do with each other. I'll try it, though. It's been a while since we got anything new. Okay, no, that's not the case. Those pieces don't fit together quite right. Okay. so then what can we do then? Or who can we talk to still? Oh, the desk. It appears that the desk is largely unchanged from before the fire. Yeah, it just got a little burnt, that's all. It's a very fine desk. I'm sure that even now it's still usable. If that's great, why don't you trade your desk with it? No. It was just a suggestion. You didn't have to get all monosyllabic with me, you know? I'm missing something still. Okay. I feel like I've looked at everything so far. So I guess I gotta talk to Gumshoe? Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But this first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic? Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babelese embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the time of the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's also when the suspicious person was spotted in Babel, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at the Yatagarasu that entered Babel. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not even enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel is also a suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you... So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but, well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I lost and was wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. I heard a scream and headed toward it right away. Oh, that's probably when I found Mr. Cochin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got really worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gami that Miss Shino wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Shino got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Shino was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. The room next to Mr. Cochin's. That's strange. Hanabi finishing explaining, she told Chiguro of writing this. However, Shiroka cried and ran away. While she was leaving, she said that she said, why did I even bother staying with you? Listen to you when you've been lying this whole time. You're not even my real mom. And Shizuka ran away and Hanabi tried to chase after her, but she decided not to let Shizuka be alone to calm down. Is this where we get the infamous Naruto swing? Is she gonna run to the swing set? Or the swing that we see in all of Naruto's flashbacks? Agent Shina mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard that she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? I've examined everything in this office, but there's one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Palladino about it. Ambassador Palladino, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office. It appears to me that very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, this location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to Alabastian's side of the embassy. Our 2 embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are all exactly the same. Even the art is located the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We work hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
You mean for you to handshake photo with a Jammin' Ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right?
Yet another odd expression of Babel's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabasta, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I need to connect the dots.
Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help.
Okay. So what can we connect here? There's a couple things I'm thinking. So... let's try this one. Okay, that's better.
The Alabastian and the Babbly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we all know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway.
A secret passageway?
In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revoking back wall.
A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? Somebody holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you didn't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bills for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about about the real Manny and what you know about his room.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like it's just another fireplace, though, doesn't it?
So how do you turn it again?
In Alabast, all I had to push was the X on the far wall.
Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, you scared me, sir.
There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts.
But we found the X where you thought there'd be one, right?
We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something's missing from the scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
I think it's the fact that there's nothing burned, right?
Spilled Babbly's oil onto the back while burning files and fireplace left ashes there. Is this spot somewhat connected to any of these evidence that I hold? Ambassador Palladino, you said that you burned some old files in the fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't really think the Ambassador Palladino is lying, do you? No, therefore there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Hey, I wonder if you could update the fireplace data for me.
You got it. I'll add it to the ashes. I'll add the ashes from the burnt files and... sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out, huh?
Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us.
Okay. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
Oh, you mean that?
Oh, you mean that?
Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? And there is really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Okay, so... let's take a look again, shall we? I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. The ashes of Ambassador Palladino left here have disappeared. If we follow where the piece of information leads, we should be able to begin to see the truth.
It's time to use your secret weapon, right?
Yeah, go on, sir. Use your special skill. I'll ignore your strange phrasing for now and focus on the information that we have instead. Just a little further, I can sense the truth lying on just the other side of this.
Quite literally, aren't we?
If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn.
A revolving fireplace wall. That's neat, sir. We should hurry up and...
hold it. Wait, Detective, there's something we need to examine about it first. Besides which, there's something I'd like to test.
Like what, sir?
I'll tell you later, Detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. Okay, so... Okay, so let's try this one. Oh, wait, no, I did the wrong one, not Sheena. This is the one I wanted to do. Missing Ashens and... Oh my god, I didn't even realize I messed it up. Oh my god, I took an unnecessary hit. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Palladino said that he spilled some Babalese ink while he was burning the files. And yet there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well, then I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Okay. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person that you were in pursuit of was Mr. Cochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Whitworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Okay, hold on. Could Sheena... Owie! Thank you for the biddy, Shisui. Oh, just the one biddy? No, nothing extra to say? I appreciate it. You could say whatever you want on the biddies. I think, unless it's oh god, I hope it isn't broken. I think it should still work if there's a way to go ahead and type into that. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you very much, Shisui. Okay, so it should be this one. Oh, did I miss a comment? Wait, where? Did I not? Okay, hold on, wait. It was the told Shizuka she apologized, hiding it. She cried and ran away, and then she wondered about staying with you or listening to whenever you've been lying this whole time. That was the last one, right? I think I did read that one, unless I missed it, in which case I do apologize. But I could have swore that I read it. Oh yeah, I did read this one because I maybe an ad or something came up. But I asked if when she ran away and she was gonna go calm down alone, if there was going to be the swing that you see in all of Naruto's flashbacks, if she was gonna go find the swing, the famous swing. Let's try this one. If Sheena was in the other room and someone escaped, if the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the the person in the neighboring room was... Oh, it was that person, sir! Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena. Sheena. Oh, okay. Investigation complete. Get that shit back. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we need to know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could have only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet, however I know she's hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask 2's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on it right away. Whoa! Hold on a minute. Okay, there it goes. Oh! Wait, that one didn't come up. Okay, that's why I was confused. Okay, so Shizuoka ran away outside the Leaf Village. Was under the tree thinking about her life. That's when some rogue ninjas elite grabbed Shizuoka. She's trying to fight back, but she's weak, and the rogue ninjas no-div Shizuoka as she was captured. I need to sneeze 1 second. Okay, all done. And she was captured. A few hours passed, and Hanabi was worried about Shizuoka because she wasn't seen for hours, wanting answers. Hanabi asked and Ino to use her ability sense to see what happened. Ino's ability showed she got captured by ninjas. But why? If they're just rogues, why are they kidnapping a poor girl? Is it ransom? What are these rogues plotting? Surely they're not connected to anyone else deeper in the story, right? Okay, so if that was the one, then I do apologize. It does seem like that one did not go through initially. Yeah, okay, so that, yeah, I see it. Also, thank you for the biddy once more, Shisui. I appreciate it. So yeah, there it goes. I'm surprised though. I thought I had a TTS set up for that, but I guess it's not. Let me see actually. Let me go back. Alert box. It's Do I not have a text to speech? Okay, let's try that. It should be. Oh wait, I think I know why I didn't have it before. It's because the voice.
We're rich.
Owie. Okay, let me see. Is it? It's supposed to be Brian. Oh, is it there? Is that it? Hold on, I think I saw it. I think I got it. Okay. Include message template in TTS. Okay, and then that should go ahead and get it done. We should have our Brian. Okay. So it should work now. The TTS should work. I hope. If not, I apologize, but I think I have it set up now in a way that it should. So continuing on then. Hanabi, being horrified, activated her Byakugan and asked Naruto to let her go to save Shizuoka. While Naruto allowed it, Shikamaru was worried because Shikamaru said that you need to at least another person to help you. However, Hanabi said, it's my turn, besides she's my daughter and I love her regardless. If we're not blood related, Hanabi ran to go rescue Shizuoka. Ah. Good on Hanabi. I like Hanabi. I think she's a pretty lady. And so I like this about her. I like this relation that you're setting up, Shisui. Very nice. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace door or wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy. You can do it. Alright, I'm gonna go do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. Ooh, looks like we found our burnt remains. That's so neat. Now I want to go through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed. Into the other room. Furthermore, the Babley's ink that you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But there's all this ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry up and go through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts and the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border, and the key that Miss Yi stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth. A number of pieces connected to connect in a very complicated way in that case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that that's easy to follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, okay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been focused like a laser on what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answers should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice does not make perfect for your sake. Haha, okay. Or yay, looks like you're back to your straight-faced lace self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective. Looks like you can use the fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, I got quite a bit of the unburned ink on it, sir. I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even play the cleaning bill for your trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat that I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know. I see. Very well then, as you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned the one other important fact. And that is... I'll have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis on Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait for in the Theatrum Naturalis along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. I'm not sure if we're getting how close we're getting to a conclusion, but I feel like pieces are starting to fit together. All right, closer and closer we're starting to get. We might be towards the midpoint now. Agent Lang. Lang Shi says, little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Baverly's ink. They were all of Zheng-Fa's denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy is taking a big hit. Zheng-Fa is in a financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the owner of the House of Lang on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zheng-Fa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, don't start. It's not your fault. Oh, what the? Oh no, did something happen? I didn't even get a notification for that. Oh no, okay, that one wasn't a biddy, never mind. I'm so sorry. I saw it pop up, but I didn't hear anything. I thought another biddy had gone through. Shizuoka woke up and she was chained up. The rogue elite ninjas, the leader named Haruki, explained he's the leader of the anti-elite ninjas. These ninjas believe that the Leaf Village is horrible. Oh god, not the Leaf getting under attack again. They believe Madara Uchiha was right about his plan and executed a ton of Leaf ninjas after the Fourth Great Ninja War. Jesus. Their goal is to start a revolution against this current era, especially against technology. Ooh. Quite the interesting development, I guess. So followers of Madara's teachings, I guess. And they went ahead and are taking it up another notch and planning rather to start a revolution on the current era. Okay. So then still, why do they deal with stealing Shizuoka? Is she supposed to be a bargaining chip? Is she important to these ninjas? Quite the curious development that you've got building up here, Shisui. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight.
Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Curses, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
Heh, you're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well.
Agent Lang, hold it!
You, Wolfman, and the secretary lady, hold it. Objection, pal. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and the note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Aha. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes. How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Kochin was killed. I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babel investigation at all, so I suppose I'll need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. Oh!
Haruki explained that we kill a ton of leaf shinobi during the years. However, they said in Shizuka case, they won't eliminate her, instead they will use her for specific experiment because they believe that she has a unique ability that is unknown and wanted for their full-fledged plan.
Okay, I was excited about the TTS working finally, so that way it can read some of it for me, but what? They're gonna what? Experiments? That's definitely a plot twist, because I don't even think Shizuoka knew about any hidden ability that she may or may not have had. And then that also leads into the question if this is related to her and her parents, I guess more so, rather than her mysterious father for now. This has taken quite the twist. A very unexpected twist, might I add. I'm glad the TTS ended up working. I was worried, but it looks like it does. The TTS will speak. The bits will say things. Thank you for participating in my little experiment, Shisui. I appreciate that. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise it until the very end. She's seriously going to treat me like a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate over some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ooh. Okay, the double glasses. Ha! I should have known. That you and I are destined to fight it out until the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence. So so let's see what you got, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in battle, and establish exactly who it was that Case saw. Ooh. Agent Lang, I assume that you've been briefed on Case testimony. You mean the suspicious person in the coat that she saw? That's right. The person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what Kay's mysteries person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage of the Babel East side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babel East embassy. It was pretty straight. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until a sudden turn. Owie! Ooh, okay, here we go. More stories.
Shizuka yelling for help. Haruki just shut her up and explained to Shizuka that she is a spoiled brat that acted like a stupid crybaby that doesn't even have respect for her stepmom after she told you the truth. That's life, kid, not everything is sunshine and rainbows.
Damn. Oh, it stops after a certain... Oh, there's a limit to what... Okay, hold on, wait. I gotta change that. Hold on. I'll read the rest of it myself. I'll go ahead and get that fixed, though. I didn't think it would... Is there a limit to what the text box can say? Where is it? Biddies?
Sample text, fade out. Why is it only certain words? Minimum amount to read. Minimum amount to read. Spam security. I guess there's a limit to it, unfortunately. I didn't know how to go ahead and change that. Or is it this one? Bit message settings? Font, size. No, that doesn't seem to be the case either. Include a template? No, it doesn't. That's so strange. I didn't know that there was a limit to what it would say. Spam security low, spam repetition block. I don't know how to change that. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to try to figure that out sometime later, but as it stands, I'll read the rest of it myself. But thank you for the bit once more, Shisui. Go ahead and get most of this stuff back on track to where we were. So, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. You know, a mom like her doesn't deserve a daughter like you. Why were you even born if you're gonna act like a spoiled brat? Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. It's time. They're gonna do it right then and there? They're gonna experiment on her right then and there? Oh my god. So she's not a bargaining chip, but like something they need for their plan. Ooh. Hopefully she gets found then, I guess, or at least escapes, so that way she can eventually meet up with the rest of the shinobi and the rest of the ninjas in Konoha, I'm assuming. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time that I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out of the room behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but you know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run into this person. Allegedly, Shina, isn't it? Because she comes in right after... Your answer is Shina? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run into Agent Shina, who was in the room over. Ah! Agent Shina, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door. Oh my god, he didn't really let me finish. It just means that creep slipped away before Shina made it into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Shina, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must have concluded that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Grrrr! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just the explanation of what happened. Yes. I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware of that as well. As yet another possible escape route for the Yatagarasu could have taken. Ow! Oop, there it goes.
Shizuka explained you're wrong. While my mother didn't tell me the truth. She isn't weak, she's the best mother and best person I've ever had in my life.
Aww.
I don't even care if she is my real mom or not. What's important is she's my mother and I love her. Then
Oh, why does it cut off? I don't remember. I don't know if it's a time limit or a word limit. I'll have to see if I can get that figured out though, because I wanted to keep going. So then Haruki's envy her, but that she didn't really matter, and that there was about to be They were about to do the experiment until Hanabi came in and punched the crap out of Haruki and said, God, leave my daughter alone when Shizuka sang mom. Aw, okay. I like that. It's a word limit? Okay, I have to get that figured out because I didn't see how it was separated into a word limit. I'll have that figured out probably by sometime my next stream. But for now, I've got the TTS working, and so it's a step in the right direction. I think that I can go ahead and work off of. So I appreciate you helping with getting that set up for now, Shisui. I'm going to hopefully get that done in a better way in the future. I'll have to take a look at it sometime after stream.
Ha 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 ha. I get it. So that's what you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
Precisely.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall. Time to bust out with a revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would have been the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babylese side is known for only to 4 people. And if we were to use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out all your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Ancient Blang. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that. Huh. Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on the photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window was a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that it to be impossible.
Now I realize you may not have known this, but humans can't fly.
Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be the Yatagarasu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
Very well then.
Ow!
We're rich!
Ooh, okay.
Haruki got up and told his ninja to kill Hanabi. Shizuka saying mom no. Then Hanabi used her skills to overwhelm these ninjas. However, this was Haruki's plan to use his sword to stab Hanabi in the shoulder by Haruki.
What? She avoids this, right? She doesn't get hurt, right? God forbid. I would hate to hear that. No! Also, thank you for the biddy again, Shisui. Okay, so it seems like, I'm not sure where the word limit actually lies, but this time I was able to finish all the way up until. So I think we've got it figured out for now, but I'll definitely work to get this figured out. Also, I completely lost track of where I was. I present to you the proof that the person K saw is not the same as the one in the photo. What evidence do I have for that? The person that Kay saw is not the same as the one in the photo? Wait, what? Is it because of where it is? We don't even know what I don't even know what I'm looking at. Shit. Okay, hold on. I completely lost track of what I was doing. I'm confused. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo. Am I proving a person or am I proving the photo wrong? I'll go with the photo, I guess. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. How high is this? Hold on. How high is this photo? However, the photo in question was taken just after the first fire. Oh, that's right. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you've hit him with, wait, you've bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what the shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge on the Babyliss side of this case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained it to me, explained it to my stead? Sheena's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eye and call myself her boss? Lang, it's all right. I can take care of him. Sheena. You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Aww. Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it that you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babyliss embassy? Okay, we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna take a drink before. Alright, there goes the drink. During the first Babyliss fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel. She walked past Kochin's office. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I wasn't able to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical of the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. I guess we'll be the judge of that. I'm not lying when I say I saw a suspicious person running into Mr. Kochin's office. Like I said, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct? Ooh. Are you calling her suspicious because she was in the room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? Ooh, called out! Ooh, get him, Edgeworth! And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Ooh.
Hanabi coughing blood. Shizuka witnessed this, she cried and she said stop it. Then Shizuka locked her Byakugan. She broke out of the chains. The ninjas were attacking Shizuka but with her Byakugan, Shizuka started to beat the crap out of them.
Oh.
Hanabi...
Ah, damn it. Okay, hold on. I'll keep reading it. Hanabi pulled out the sword, and Hanabi used... Wait, Hanabi used 8 Trigram 64 palms to obliterate Haruki to end the fight. So then, Shizuka unlocked her Byakugan, and just started laying waste to her captors then. Oh, man. Poor Hanabi, though. I was hoping she wouldn't take any real retaliation from any of that. I hope that she gets better, or at least like she heals appropriately. Thank you for the video again, Shisui. Not that it's unexpected for the useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I will make no excuses for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I've never doubted you. Not for 1 second.
And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena.
Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. Heh. This promises to be interesting. Well, it looks like we've got plenty to go ahead and go over with this. We're getting somewhere, though. She's had a lot to say about this. Searching that Yatagarasu appeared in Babel, I was searching. I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually quite skeptical that girls Yatagarasu even exists.
Hold it!
From the top, let's take it over. So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort? I was in charge of police on Babel's side, so I helped them with their work. At least doing the job of fireman. You really know how to work people. She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary. She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Oh, I kind of had a feeling you were going to say that. Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at. All right.
Hold it!
By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babel, correct? Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babel. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows, so the majority of the investigators conducted their search on the other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes.
Hold it!
Okay.
Owie.
Shizuka used her new ability called Butterfly Fly Dance 53 pounds.
Ooh.
Shizuka knocked out the ninja and Hanabi witnessed this, saw Shizuka Byakugan being brown instead of white color.
Oh, unique eyes.
grabbed the ninja and used the teleportation just due to escape
Because they cannot win. So her eyes are... Her Byakugan... The Byakugan itself, not her eyes. But the Byakugan is... Wait, what? So I'm under the pretense, I may be wrong with this assumption, that all Byakugan users, or I guess rather all members of the Hyuga clan, have the pale white eyes that further insinuates through the use of the Byakugan. And so, is Shizuka's eyes also white but then turn brown when she uses her Byakugan, or does she have uniquely colored eyes? Because I know that eyes are very important in the world of Naruto. I know there's a lot of different variations, especially with like say the Sharingan and all the variations that exist because of it. Interesting. So you were in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office. I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her... Owie!
Her eyes are brown and when activated it turns brown, but it's different from regular Byakugan.
Ah. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I have the information correct here because I'm not as entirely informed as I would like to be for a lot of these situations. Thank you for that. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran toward Mr. Kochin's room.
Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall.
Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet.
Oh.
I have to agree. Right now is not the time to make issue with that.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Sheena. The prosecutors of this country are so strange.
Hold it!
Okay. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room? Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you.
However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something.
We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now.
So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. Grrr. Grrr.
Oh, you know, I feel kind of bad for him.
I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth.
Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing on your doubts on that girl rather than me.
And why is that?
Hold it!
I like Sheena's smile. She's got quite a pretty smile.
After the fight was over, Shizuka hugged Hanabi and she apologized everything.
Aww.
Hanabi said she apologized for not being a good mother.
Aww.
Then Shizuka said, no, you are a good mother to me.
Aww.
Shizuka said, Mom, I love you, will you be my real mom?
Aww. Hanabi smiled and cried of joy, saying, yes, I love you more. Aww. That's cute. I could get behind that. That's adorable. I like that a lot. Quite the resolve. However, as one would most often know, that is just the beginning, I'm assuming, then, for your current story. Is that right, Shisui? There's still a lot more left. A lot more questions left unsolved, and so I take it that through this resolve and through this encounter that we're only just getting started with what it is that we know. Fascinating. Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again?
Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right?
And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite being an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu.
That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere?
Not quite, but even without any, I have people who will believe me, and that's enough.
I see.
Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours...
Well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious.
There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony.
Oh, then why don't you show her using what we found with the little thief?
It's gotta be the... I will in due time. Escape route to the Yatagarasu that Kei was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right into Agent Sheena, then what is it that she's keeping from us right now? So assuming it's the escape route. Was the lights on in the escape route? Actually, it was still daytime, wasn't it? Well, yeah, it was still daytime and there was a burning fire around. So that would be...
Objection!
this. Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is a problem with your testimony.
Knuckle back!
Oh. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabasta isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu did escape through the door to the room with the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Oh my god. So violent, but so, like, nonchalant. Now, do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles?
After the fight, Shizuka and Hanabi
okay.
returned to the Leaf Village. Hanabi and Shizuka took a family photo and everything went back to normal.
Aww.
Shizuka told Hanabi that she wants to be a shinobi just like her, which made Hanabi happy.
That's
Shizuka
adorable.
eventually became what we
now know, where she's her bubbly, cute... Ah! Okay. So this is just the prelude. This is all just the backstory stuff. With still plenty of questions to go ahead and figure out, and with, like, potential for future installments and where it'll go from there. I like that. That's actually quite well thought out and quite well executed, I would say, Shisui. You've got something good that you've plotted out there for yourself. Especially since, I think, yeah, you said earlier it was a solo project, just something that you've been working on your own. Good touch on that. Good use of storytelling. Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Ooh. Your claim that you were in the next room was all a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is that you were the one Kay saw in the coat. What? Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kojin's office and headed into the fireplace. You then shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. Wait, you're lying. Are you for real?
How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal?
Uh-oh. Wait. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that Sheena is you. We don't know her age. Wait. All we can see is the eyes. Is Sheena? Wait, hold on. Okay, wild game theory, because we don't know. Is Sheena? If she starts laughing.
That's
Owie.
Haruki then went to an unknown hideout. For years Haruki has been talking to this mysterious person. Then Haruki revealed that he was speaking to Lord Jigen, the leader of bad organization in Baruta called Kara. That's where everything ends.
Oh. So that's where the current plotline ends. Okay. Wait, so then... Hold on. Speaking with Lord Jigen, the leader of the bad organization which Orto calls Kara. So then it's Jigen who wants something, or I guess wants the unknown power wanted from Shizuoka? Well, that's quite the cliffhanger that you've left with Shisui. But my previous comments I think stand true. You've definitely built up quite the storyline here for yourself, especially for a solo project. I commemorate you for your wonderful use of storytelling. That's actually very good. Oh, okay, so it's... Okay, I see. Haruki's asking Jigen for help. Okay, I thought Jigen went to Haruki first and was like, hey, yo, get this girl. And I was like, what? Okay, no, I see now. And that's where it ends. And so, okay, I get what you're putting down then. Sheena? Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm very worried. Is Sheena you? It is! That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh. Brr, I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are all so very strange. Do you think that you can get away with all of this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. That's all I have. Hopefully you enjoy it. I'd say yes, I did very much enjoy that. You've written something quite interesting for yourself there, Shisui. From the beginning plot narratives and the similarities that it shares to base Naruto and a lot of the other things that I think that the story shares, and even going into a little bit of the depth with the Byakugan and how it correlates with your OC character, and even tying it in with some of the modern cast. I think you did pretty good introducing like elements from the story, including antagonists and characters, and the way that it's assimilated further on. And also having moments of strife and endearment, I think is very well done. I think it's something good that can be further pursued even more so if you choose to do so.
So I say good job, Shisui. That was a nice little plot story that you've gone ahead and delivered for us, and I thank you for it.
Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace?
Do you have any proof to back up your claim?
Is it not the revolving fireplace?
Oh, whoops, not that one.
Was it this?
I could have swore I had a piece of evidence that said that both countries are like... Do I not? 2 fires. No. It's gotta be something here. Okay, I could have swore I had a piece of evidence that said that the buildings were split to like be so like perpendicular or like similar to one another.
If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route.
The tone of your voice, the tone of voice that you're taking with me now has certainly changed.
Heh. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits.
For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor.
Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know.
I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question.
My question?
Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babel was used recently.
Oh, was used! I know that.
Aha! That's how I know it was used.
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest...
Was that wrong?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I thought I was wrong, dude. I was like, ah, fuck. According to Ambassador Palladino's testimony,
he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin.
Oh?
The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, and they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up?
Ooh, Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palladino said that he forgot to.
And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing?
The answer is simple.
When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall,
the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes there that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof.
Oh no. Oh my god.
And just what is so funny?
Ash as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court?
You still wish to fight us?
Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh?
This is really just like being in court.
Well, to me, it was simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in a court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse.
Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
What?
In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer in real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Is there not? Hold on. Cochin's office had what exactly? The wire? There was the wire, that was one. Cochin's office. Cochin's office had the wire and Damask's note. That's two. Oh, wait, the statue. That was another thing. in Kochin's office. There's a wrong statue. Yeah, the money. They were all burned up in Babel. Okay, so we've got a couple of things here that may prove... Yeah, this one was originally an alabaster, and it was burned. Okay. And there you have it, my counter-argument. Ah, that's very impressive. She's seen through to the fact that I've yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase that you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the very end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match, you'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then. Agent Sheena, shall we begin? Pfft, I'm ready whenever you are. Damn. Alright. The rotating fireplace was used, but you can't really call that proof of the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then who was in the rotating wall? Show me your answer. Oh, whoa, okay. We've already finished a very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Kochin's room.
Hold it!
Okay. It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So that should be proof enough even for you, pal. Huh, it looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Youch! That was... Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof. So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, you have any? Ugh. Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection! Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret, and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Palladino and Mr. Kochin. Curses! I should have known better than to think that the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. I take it that you have no further objections? So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalese embassy. Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into the Alabast were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any signs of the Yatagarasu. And yet despite all of that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Kochin's, correct? I did not notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not all such a bad guy after all. He apologized for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? No, nothing of the sort, sir. But here's someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is the only problem on your end? Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Kochin's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. We found not a single suspicious thing in Kochin. It's probably this one, but we've got a couple of things to go ahead and prove for that. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, We did find the Yatagarasu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babalese knife handle yet.
Ha! You see? My subordinate worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Lang Ji says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too.
That's a rather large family you have there.
Yes, but as we all know, there is always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep of your family.
So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway?
No, I haven't found any yet.
Then what are we going to do?
There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol agent's argument that we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babalese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there's one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. Is it the wire then? Okay, so hold on. Let me go through everything again. Not a single suspicious thing was found in Cochin's office. What have we found in Cochin's office? There was the statue, which is from Alabast. There was the Alabastian knife. That's also pretty suspicious. There was the counterfeit bills. They were made by Cochin. There was the note. But, okay, hold on. Actually, instead of just going over everything again, something that Sheena, or I guess Miss Interpol, may have hid herself, which leads me to believe that we are talking about the wire. While you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation, are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire.
And what exactly is this supposed...
Ooh, excuse me, I had a burp.
What exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire. So, what about it?
I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babalese embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office.
You found that? At the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder?
Uh-oh. But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. Ooh.
What in the...
Ow!
Damn.
That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought.
But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof.
Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills?
No.
You see, so there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence, anyway.
Ooh, I'm sorry, but but I seem to have given you the wrong impression.
How so?
I don't actually recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu.
Ooh, you still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask you to point out what part of my investigation is incomplete.
The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. It is not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor. Was because the person knew that there would be no other agents at that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. The other room? Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location.
Take that!
The room that Sheena's in? The location Agent Sheena is, of course, the room you claim to have examined.
I believe the room next to Mr. Kochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check the room next to the office.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Welcome in, Ryuki! Welcome in, Raiders! Set and go! How are you doing, Ryuki? How are you all doing? Welcome in, Raiders! I hope that you guys are having a wonderful day. And I hope that you guys enjoyed your time all together. We are playing through Miles Edgeworth's investigations today. My name is the OG-san, self-proclaimed old man troublemaker. I like to play a lot of different variety games, kind of just do whatever it is that I see fit. And I kind of just professional yapper. I like to play the different types of games, from multiplayer hero shooters, a good amount of story games, visual novels. We've kind of just run the ringer. We've played a decent amount of things so far, and right now the main thing that's got my attention for today is seeing through potentially the end of Ace Attorney Investigations. So I guess we're gonna see where it takes us. I'm not sure. I feel like we're coming to a conclusion soon. If not, I'm not sure how much longer this case is. I'm gonna be completely honest. It might be like one of those ridiculously long cases where I've got a lot that I need to prove, but I feel like we're coming to a conclusion. So I'm not sure just yet with how far it is that we're going to go. I'm doing well playing Legends Arceus for the first time. Oh my god. I hope that you enjoy it. I played Legends way back when it came out, and so I personally quite liked it. The uniqueness and the style of the Legends games for Pokemon, I'm quite a fan of. I quite liked it a lot, and so I'm very much looking forward to whenever Legends ZA comes out for the Switch 2, or I guess like in the coming future. So I hope that you enjoy it as well. It's definitely very unique in the like, I want to say kind of like the survival playstyle that it has as a whole. And I hope that you enjoy it for what it's worth. It's definitely got a good amount of hours that you can pour into it, and there's a lot that goes into it that I definitely was a part of back whenever I first started playing. So I hope that you guys enjoy, and that you guys continue to pursue it as you continue to play it, Ryuki. Welcome in. I enjoy and appreciate all of you dropping by and checking out where it is that we stand. So for now, with where it is that we are, we're definitely making a lot more progress from where it was that we last played. At least we might have discovered a secret identity of someone that I didn't think. It came to me as it was happening, but I was not I don't think I was prepared for it to come into realization. So we're going to see how much more this story has to showcase for us. There's a lot of plot twists, and there's a lot of devices here that I'm very curious for them to show off. But welcome in, everybody. I hope that you enjoy your stay. If you need a raid and run, though, I do understand it. We preach self-care very frequently in this household, so if you need to take a bathroom break, you need to go rest, you need to go eat, drink, work out, do whatever you need to, you are more than welcome to go ahead and do so. I appreciate you all dropping by while you could, but make sure that you guys are also taking care of whatever things that you need to take care of. I understand that we're all human beings. Some of us are adults, and so we've got things that we need to be on top of at times. So, you know, if you need to go ahead and do that, please feel free to go ahead and do so. I just appreciate you guys being here while you can. But now, we must progress. I must see what more we have to go ahead and like... Owie!
In the second arc, Shizuka will have a love interest. Don't worry, it will written well. My goal is write a well-written female character of myself, so yeah.
Okay, well that's a very good goal to have there, Shisui. I can't wait to look forward to see what it is that you managed to come up with. Whether it be another OC, or if it happens to be, I guess, someone of the current day, modern day cast. I look forward to seeing what your future writings will have in store. You figured out who is who? Yeah, I think we managed to figure out who's who, or at the very least, we're definitely still trying to prove it. So revelations will be had here in just a little bit, I think.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth? Do you really think that Miss China is the Yatagarasu?
Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is.
Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu.
But can you prove he's the Yatagarasu in question? If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to.
And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if the detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babyliss ink. Who cares about what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things that you really need to see, sir.
Oh? So what are the things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes.
You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing after was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Oh.
Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it.
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Lang! Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. So which of the Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to... Oh, so which are you going to examine, sir? Theoretically, it should be the coat, right? But I feel like that's such a dead giveaway. And especially now that I know a little bit more about how some of this stuff works. What is this? I wanted to go under the initial suspicion that maybe the wire inside of the clock was maybe like linked between two different rooms, and that someone was maybe dragging a coat or something across the wire into different areas to make it look like something else, but that may not be the case. The obvious thing is to definitely check the coat. Another obvious thing that may be worth checking out is the shoes. Seeing if the shoes left any footprints or if they were dirtied by anything of the sort. So those are the two that currently have my wanting to check. Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir.
It appears that you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. What about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was this dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This isn't the same pattern of dirt that I got on my coat when I went through that fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. What? How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Huh? Me, sir? What did I do?
This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find that coat that person Kei saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of the coat.
Take that!
Babyliss ink? Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Palladino, he burned the files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto his back wall of the fireplace at the time. If the dark substance on the coat turns out to be the Babyliss ink, it would prove that you had this coat that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Ooh. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babyliss ink on the coat hem. Are we going to set it on fire? Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babley's ink. We can find out whether this is Babley's ink or not by lighting it on fire.
That's how you're gonna prove that it's Babley's ink?
Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now that this dark substance is.
Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm gonna have to cut off a bit of your coat.
Go ahead, I wasn't planning on wearing it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could please loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. Ooh, oh damn, they fucking disintegrated.
It's the same color as the flames which wit crystal oil produces, which means
Babley's ink is a product of wit crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Mishina, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father. She's gonna start laughing again, isn't she? It's about time that you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you?
Do I look like the joking type to you? Uh-huh. Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life.
That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed it a bit in 7 years.
You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am the Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is quite a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and I will reveal your true, ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us the last 7 years. Is it the... Yeah, 7 years ago. Been safeguarded. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay. But we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be the Callisto you with this, and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good. Objection! Oh, take that! This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Forget about that? Is Edward not going to question Kay about the smoke bombs that she just mentioned? I guess not. I think she said weirder things before, but the fact that she carries around smoke bombs is probably the least weirdest thing that she said today, let alone what's happened in this room so far. Naturally, this means that few of her fingerprints are on her as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. Ooh. I heard from my father, Byron... Oh, fuck, I forgot his name was weird. My father, Byron Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on this, on here, every last one. Ooh. We can even clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now, come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She's started. Oh my god. It's a little bit more menacing and maniacal than what she used to do. Wow. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. Ah, you're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Sheena, you're...
Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after... Someone who's been feeding them intel on Interpol this time?
Uh-huh, very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Callisto Yu. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu.
Ooh. Okay. Callisto Yu. This time you won't escape for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly.
You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Kay, don't!
You! I'll never forget you for what you did to my father! You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such a laughable honesty.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Kay! You let Kay go right now, pal.
Shoot, speak on it. Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. You know why that is?
Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm a security system.
No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu?
The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Baron Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu.
Haha, how very perceptive of you. No way!
Wait a minute. Don't. Wait. A single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed.
Mr. Edgeworth! No, I refuse to believe this.
The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer wouldn't have the opportunity to learn the layout of a client corporate. No. You're lying. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
You're lying, dude! No!
No! And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the way of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever.
Oh my...
Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case...
3 legs! It was a 3-man operation!
Because the lead detective on this case hid that all away.
You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu?
You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team.
If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my...
Okay, saying that. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Haha, why indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How could you say that? I grow weary of this. It's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss.
Stop! You!
It's over,
It's over, Sheena.
Your leg! Oh my god. Dude, what a Chad.
Agent Lang! Ugh. You idiot. What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for?
I'm sorry, Detective Bad. No matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis.
Yes?
I want you to conduct a full-body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her.
All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistant, please.
Sir. Hey, I found something. What is this? Looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle.
This is a great find, Detective.
Huh? It is?
Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe that this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on this murder weapon.
Hey, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm gonna go return this to the return this Babalese knife now.
All right. I trust that you'll make sure that it's returned to Ambassador Palaina. Babalese knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you. For the only time when the handles could have been switched, it's just after Mr. Cochin's murder. I'm more curious now. Okay. Interesting. Which means that you must have been Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babalese knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her and then went back in to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? Ooh. Aha, you craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth. But there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was to allow her to chase me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using the device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. Byrne? I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You're going to take Little Thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. And the person who stole the Yatagarasu key was Mr. Faraday.
That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment.
Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu?
Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings.
Are you done Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena?
I guess I should tell you, then, that I was the one who set the Babalese embassy on fire.
And why did you do that?
I was supposed to destroy all evidence of counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then why start 2 fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait! I mean, Miss Sheena! Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words. I'm not done here, and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become a more personal case. I may have been shot, but I will show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Okay, we'll get well soon, Lang. Okay, so we still have a lot to do, it would look like. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed, that person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling at the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of the sticks. Soil? Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So, it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You really done a lot for everyone these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. Not quite, it would seem. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu. Oh wait, you, the Yatagarasu, we're chasing after? The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, you're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. These are the pages from the KG-8 incident files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, so it was... Bad was the one who pointed the gun at me? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, wasn't it? Wait, then that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something that you want to hear. The KG-8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom. Oops, hang on, I almost knocked something over. Mr. Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in that case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do.
The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do something outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate.
We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscles. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We'd finally arrived at the moment when we'd find the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG-8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony, the victim of the KG-8 incident CCU. She never had a sister.
What? Then that means...
Sheena was the only fake name she used. Callisto U, or wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto the page of the case file, please use it wisely.
Trump card?
That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, CCU.
But why is this card adorned with the marks of the Yatagarasu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze.
So you mean the cards were written in Babyliss ink?
The fact that the card the Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hands at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
So that's what those white cards are.
The great thief that used the mark, that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind.
Wow.
And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you.
What is this, sir?
This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG-8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence.
But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it?
The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
Wow. This video. What? Don't you come any closer, I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one that Mr. Portman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was prepared to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives call from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon to whoever holds them.
The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from the office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one of them is...
Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law.
Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there's no limit to the law there's no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them.
You still insist that, even now? You really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now to Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu.
Pops.
Don't ever lose your detective spirit.
Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice.
Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now, let's go.
Yes, sir. Damn. Our numbers dwindle a lot. Is this really the end of a legend? Holy crap. Wow. Okay, hold on. I gotta ask. Ryuki, if you're still here, how much longer is this case? I feel like there's still a lot to go through with the last of this, and so I'm not sure how much more we have, but if there's still a good bit left, I would want to go ahead and try to preserve it. I'd hate to keep going and then make it to a point where I'm, like, close to finishing, and then I end up finishing it like an hour later or so. But for now, I think that this is a good enough spot to go ahead and call it for now, if we've still got time to be able to go ahead and, like, stop. The ending is long? Okay, so then am I... okay, from where I am in the story currently, would you say I'm in, like, a midway point? Am I halfway through? Or, like, are we close to the end at all? Good to end here? Okay. So we can go ahead and put a pin on it here for now, and then see what we have left to do next week then. We might be able to finish next week. This is why I wasn't sure. I had a feeling that it would take some time. I wasn't sure how much time it would take, but if this is about as long as it's going to be, then I think this is a good enough point to go and put a pin on it so we can go ahead and resume and hopefully finish it by next week. So I will do exactly that for now. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then I think I've got a ways to go still, just though. You're almost at the end. Almost. Okay. How close almost, though? Well, I take it that it probably will still take a while. We're 4 hours in, and I feel like we're just like on the cusp of a conclusion, but not quite just yet, because I don't even think we have a main suspect. We figured out the Yatagarasu case, and we've completed that, but they're still the ringleader for the smuggling ring, and so I'm not sure if we're going to have another character reveal, or if it's someone that we know currently, which is where my confusion may lie. So there's a lot of stuff that we still need to look over and figure out. So I guess for now, we will be going ahead and completing the stream here. So I will go ahead and pick out, rather, I'm going to do my little song and dance, and then I guess we'll see where we go from here. So I'm going to take just a little peek in the meantime, see if there's any of my mutuals that have something else that's going on. But we will be going ahead and wrapping it up for today's stream. So what have we got here? What are the peeps up to today? I want to make sure I'm not missing out on too much. Okay, it doesn't look like I have very many mutuals on actually at this hour. That's very strange. Okay, so then I guess we'll just be concluding for today's stream. I don't think we'll be able to go ahead and find someone to raid out to, unfortunately. So I'll do my little song and dance, and we will go ahead and finish up for today's stream. So if you have anywhere that you need to be, or if you've got some things that you need to take care of, now would probably be the best time to go ahead and do so, since we will be finishing up the stream here and now. When you find the main suspect, then you're at the end. Okay, so we still have to find who our main suspect is, and then we'll go from there. So thank you for that, Ryuki. We will go ahead and save this, see if we can go ahead and reach our conclusion for next time, So until then, I will go ahead and finish up for us, and then we will go ahead and finish today's stream. No rating out today, unfortunately, but I will just go ahead and finish this up here, and then we can go about our days. So with that, oh, hang on, I didn't do it right. Boom, there we go. With that, I think that we are all good to go ahead and finish up with today's stream. I have to thank each and every one of you for joining me on today's adventure. Today was quite the fun stream. There was a lot of twists, a lot of turns, and we've definitely made a lot of progress with where we currently are. So I'm very excited to see where this will lead us. I'm like actually just like in shock with the kind of things that we went ahead and learned today. And I want to be able to go ahead and reach a conclusion. The sad thing is that we're going to be finishing Ace Attorney once we reach our conclusion. And we do have another game after this, thankfully. But like, it's going to be just like when I finished any of the games when I finished or played through the first original Ace Attorney trilogy with Phoenix. It feels so sad to be able to move on to that. But like, it's so fun to experience for the first time. If you did enjoy anything that you saw here today, I do recommend that you go ahead and follow me on any of the social medias that I do currently have posted above. Twitter is going to be the best place to go ahead and follow if you want to go ahead and interact with me, if you want to keep up with what it is that I happen to be doing at any given point in time, both stream-wise or behind the scenes. I do keep that posted on Twitter. So if you want to keep up with the schedule, if you want to see when I post and go live, or if you kind of just want to see what it is that I'm up to or say hi, that is going to be the social media to go ahead and take care of all that. I also do have a YouTube channel where I currently do post all of my current VODs. And so if you want to go ahead and check out certain moments or instances that you may remember, or check out any of my older content, that is currently all being archived on the YouTube channel. And then if you are more interested in shorter form videos, I do currently have a TikTok that I do post semi-frequently to. It's the one that I post to the least since I do have to compromise with my editor to go ahead and have some of these things looked at and worked on whenever I do have them available to be able to go ahead and take care of that for me. So when my editor gets back around, we definitely do have some things that I do want to go ahead and get posted. And there's an added incentive of some IRL content occasionally making its way onto TikTok as well. So if that's something that may interest you, feel free to go ahead and check that out as well. But with that, we are done. Stream is done for today. And I think we went at a pretty good pace. We've gone ahead and accomplished a whole bunch, and we're going to be reaching our conclusion hopefully by next stream. So with that, I will catch you guys all in the very near future. Take care of yourselves. Make sure that you guys are staying hydrated, that you're getting enough rest, and that you guys are staying well fed as well. We take self-care very seriously in this household, and so I would like for most of you to follow suit as well and make sure that we are all trying to live our best lives. Schedule will be posted again tomorrow on Twitter. I will go about and see what we have planned for this coming week and what it is that we have planned to continue on. But with that, we will be finishing up. Thank you again, Ryuki, for dropping by. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, everybody who was here during the stream when you could. And thank you to anybody watching this video or VOD later on. It's been a blessing. It's been a blast. I will catch you guys all in the next one. I believe our next stream will be on Monday, but I'll confirm that with the schedule tomorrow. But until next time, I will see you guys all later. Bye-bye, y'all. Take care, and make sure that you guys are doing good out there. Bye-bye.